Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev. Yesterday we left the stream off on a pretty good note. We were working on some water shader stuff, and I was not making as much progress as I liked, but then I did make progress after the stream. So yeah, it was pretty good. I want to share with you the results. And then today, early in the stream, we'll be kind of like just continuing to work on that effect and trying to make it a bit more robust. And then continuing on with maybe some environment art and stuff like that. So, sounds good, right? I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in the chat already. Also a big thank you to Minimal Ocean for the most recent follow, and Ryan Oxford, for the most recent subscription on Twitch. Thank you so much. We are very close, 97.33% of the way to our sub goal for the month. That is January. So if you're in a position to be a sub, feel free to sub up. Those of you on YouTube, you can't sub, so instead, maybe if you're in a position to super chat, go for it. Okay. So, I've got nothing else to say. I'm ready to jump into it. Let's do it. This is my water shader for where I'm currently at with Insignia. Isn't that nice and pretty? Wow. I'm really liking it. Right now, you're not seeing the best parts of it, so I'm going to bring it up a little bit, although it's going to take me just a little bit of tweaking to get this right. So what I do is I bring it kind of up to about here, and then I go to this screen, and then I change the offset so that we can see the... There we go. Look at that. It's almost like you get that... Oh, you can't really see it there, but hang on a second. Let me see if I can get you the full screen record that. So you can see how we've got like almost a circle made by the bridge here. It's like a full gap there. So yeah, just a little thing. It's using a shader, and what it does is I can take you through the shader. This was inspired by a game called Kingdom. I played this game Kingdom New Lands a couple of years ago. And I was really into it, and recently I played it again, and I was crazy for this water shader. I was like, I gotta do something like that in my game. So here we are. What you might notice just by looking at it is that the foam on the top goes slower than the foam at the bottom, creating a kind of like depth of like a parallax effect, right? So you can tell that it looks kind of 3D. You can also see that the image is mirrored from the rest of the screen. So there's actually, it's reflecting what's above. There is like a distortion inside of that reflection. So you can see like down here, it might be easier for me to show you just like this. So you can see like there's a distortion of the reflection. There's also a noise pattern that's kind of making its way through that. So it's wobbling. The distortion is wobbling with noise. What else can I say about it? It's not fully opaque, so you can actually continue to see the rest of the scene behind it. So it's pretty much where I want it to be. It might be fun if I could do some like surface disturbance. I've got a different shader elsewhere in the game where it's kind of it's more of like a spring system on the top, so that if you bounce on it, it whoop does that. I just don't know if that's what I want to be doing for this water. Right now, this water is not for interacting with, it's just a visual thing. Oh, thank you, I'm 2000. Kingdom is the series, and the one that I've got is called New Lands, but there's also Kingdom 2 Crowns, which is the most recent version. I like New Lands, but I haven't played 2 Crowns, so I can't say whether that's good or bad. So, let me talk you through what the hell's going on here. It's not simple, and it's not very diverse right now, or like versatile. It's kind of a little... I guess the logic is a little bit hard-coded at the moment. So I will be putting a little bit of time into trying to simplify this stuff. Okay, so let me talk you through the bits. So the first thing, I won't talk you through this bit. The first thing is probably this bit. So this basically adjusts the whole thing so that it follows the camera. Okay, this here, sorting layer texture, is part of Unity's universal render pipeline for the 2D renderer. And what it does is it takes a photo of what the camera can see every frame, and it allows you to access that as a texture. Okay, if you just wanted to draw over the camera with a shader, that's the way you would use it. Obviously we want a reflection, so we need to invert it, and we need to offset it so that the reflection starts where we want it to start, right? Where the water level is. So that's what this does. This flips the camera, and it sort of allows us to see it where we want it to be seen. So I want this to be more automated. There's a little bit of hard coding in here. That's actually not too bad. This is pretty good, but later on I'll show you the next bit. So this is the distortion code. All it does is it multiplies this. So, okay, I'll back up. This is the distortion code. This is the surface ripples, right? They look pretty good. They are both driven by a noise sampling. So a noise texture, if you don't know what that is, gradient noise is pretty straightforward. It's just this, right? Like TV static, and you can do things with it. It's a semi-random pattern that repeats infinitely. So you can change the scale to make it more noisy like that. And you can also obviously make it more like this. And you can see that like lots of things in nature are semi-random. So clouds, terrain, anything like ripples, all that kind of stuff. Smoke effects, it all uses noise in video games. So what I'm doing with the noise is I've got two versions that are scrolling left to right or right to left. And I have one that's, I think of them as like, in procedural design, these are called octaves. So I have like two layers of noise that I'm adding on top of each other. Yeah, Perlin noise, basically Perlin noise. And what the two layers do is it's the difference between waves and ripples, right, in this case. So I've got both. And then this part's just copied and pasted. What this is doing is one of these things is scrolling over time. So obviously they need to move. So I'm offsetting the X of the noise over time. But I'm also doing this. I'm taking the position of the pixel, right, in the shader. I'm taking the Y axis, right, just the Y component of that pixel. And based on how far down it is, I'm accelerating time or decelerating time. So the stuff at the top moves slower and the stuff at the bottom moves faster. This creates that parallaxing effect like this, right? So that's what this is for, right? I'm taking the position of the world position of the pixel, and I'm trying to standardize it by taking the object position and subtracting them, and then offsetting time by the vertical component of the texture of the mesh, I guess. I'm also quantizing it. You can see these bands here. I've got 8 bands. That's to keep the local ripples, those little chunks, together, because if you don't do this, they start to split, and then the ripples don't look pixelated. They look more like oval shaped. So this just helps things stay nice and pixely. It's a solution to a problem that you won't understand unless you saw what I was doing, but whatever. And then this is the part that I dislike. This is where all the weird hard-coded numbers are. What I'm trying to do here is resolve a problem that without this is present. Cheese on Cheese, thank you so much for the sub. To Chuckington, Chuckington, thank you so much for the sub. 2 subs. Thank you. So the thing that we're trying to do here is make sure that the reflection is based on what's above it, not based on what the camera can see. The problem is the whole thing is really based on what the camera can see. What the camera is looking at is the core of the whole thing, right? But we want it to feel like it's locked in the scene. So the problem with this, if we don't have that hard-coded nonsense, is that 1, we don't know where this is supposed to be reflecting, right? Like if you just take what the camera can see and you flip it, now the bottom of the waterline is at the top of the screen. So there needs to be some kind of like offset to make it so that it's at least like starts here. And also in this case, we don't actually want the bottom of what's on screen to be there. We want like what's 1/8 of the screen up to be there. So what we're trying to invert, what we're trying to flip, and the offset of that is totally right now. I hard coded it, right? Because I can offset this as much as I want, and who knows where that reflection should start as far as the shader is concerned. It doesn't know. Hey, Adam Smith. The other thing that is a little bit confused is when we move the camera vertically or horizontally, right? Particularly vertically, if the camera starts going up, that offset changes. So like the point at which the thing needs to be reflecting, the position of that in the texture, in what's on screen, that changes if we jump up, right? If the camera moves 20 pixels up, now this thing has moved 20 pixels in a different direction, minimum. So, and not just that, but all of the visual effects inside of this, not just the reflection, but the noise and the ripples also need to be fixed in world space. Because if you run, the ripples shouldn't speed up or move backwards. Don't I have a secondary camera for that? I actually, my goal with Insignia is to use as few cameras as possible, because extra camera solutions are performance killers in the long run. And there is I have virtual cameras that handle the camera movement. So like I have like a virtual camera that's controlling the y-axis movement of this, so that the camera doesn't move up when the player moves up. Virtual cameras are just there to guide the position of the actual camera. But in terms of like VFX, in the past, I have actually used a lot of like additional cameras to do screen space calculations, and I'm trying to do less of that. So some effects you kind of can't get around it. Some you can. Let me explain really quickly why and when I use additional cameras, and what I'd like to be doing to not have to do that. So, okay, what is a shader really quickly? A shader is basically math that you can do on a texture, right? So a stroke, you can add a stroke with a shader, you can offset it, you can change the color, any kind of math that can, affect the properties of the thing, you can do that. It knows its position in the screen and in the world. That stuff's all accessible to the shader. What you can't do is take two things and shade them as one thing, right? A shader is local to the texture of the object and the mesh that it is living on. So if I have two things and I want to shade them together, like in Figma, I can union them, and now they're shaded as one thing, right? The outline respects this as if it was one shape. To do that in a video game engine basically requires a camera buffer at the very least, or an entirely new camera. So at the very least, it's like a render pass. So what that means is that there needs to be some, what you call a draw call, where the camera takes like a slice of the world where only these two things are visible, and then sends that to a texture, and then you can do something with that texture. That's typically how you shade, you know, multiple things at once. Otherwise, it's kind of hard. So I want to be doing that as little as possible, but unfortunately with pixel art, like if you want to do like outlines on large areas, or you want to do something smart like that, say you have a particle system that you want to outline or shade as one whole blob, it becomes very difficult, particularly with alpha. This is one of those things that I haven't quite solved yet, but if I have two 50% objects and I do this, I don't want that to happen a lot of the time. A lot of the time when I'm shading two things, I want them to be considered like that, right? And then I'll do some shading around it. Like I might have something like this, and then I'll make that white. So doing this kind of shading for particle systems is really, really important. Hey, Jay. Jay says, I was wanting to get into game development, but I was told it's very much a passion career. Is it worth it if I want to make a living off of making games? I don't really know what you mean by a passion career, but I will say it is very competitive. And it depends on what part of the industry you want to be involved in. If you want to be in like AAA, it's probably not as hard as you think it is. And if you want to be independent and start your own business, it's probably much harder than you think it is. As far as like if you just want to think of it as like a job, like, hey, like what kind of job would I like? Maybe I'd like to make games. If that's the approach that you're taking, then yeah, it's probably like way, way, way more easy to get into something like UX design or graphic design or project management, or like those are all careers that are, you know, more stable. But then at that point, you might as well just like pick the most whatever, just pick accounting and go do that, you know? So if you're going to pick something because you want to do it, games, look, they're really, to make a business in games, you either need very, very, very good management skills and the ability to like piece together a project out of the work of many different contractors or employees to make something efficiently and to have it be marketable and to market it. So you either need to be very business minded and very intelligent in that way, or you need to be extremely passionate about building skills, particularly like workflow skills. So like maintaining efficiency and learning, like being on top of like learning, because it changes very often. The tech stack of what makes a game, the technology changes so quickly that you need to be like aware of, oh, like this is being done now this way. And so what do I have to learn to do this in a more efficient way? In both ends of it, the creative or the business side, efficiency is like really important, and maintaining like a balance so that you can actually build momentum and like make something profitable is very difficult. But it's probably the same for a lot of small businesses. Like I have a cousin who started a cafe and he found it too difficult, right, to run a cafe. The clientele and the managing the staff and all of that stuff is hard. So businesses are hard. If you want to make games that are small, you'll either be working in a business or on a business of your own. But if you want to work in a big company, you know, maybe you could just slot yourself into a team that makes a big game and be very specialized, and that's probably okay. But you'll be working hard hours and maybe not as much pay as you'd get working in enterprise software. Sarcasmatron says, is the reflection being rendered into a single quad, and is your shader the pixel shader? Oh, and your shader is the pixel shader, or is it some kind of image shader? So this is doing a render pass using the graphics pipeline. So the render pipeline for Insignia render pipeline. I think it's the 2D renderer data. This here, camera sort. Oh, you can't see it. Hang on a second. Boom. This here, camera sorting layer texture. This is a built-in texture that is created by the camera every frame, and that texture is accessible from every shader. So the reflection is just what the camera has seen up till this point in the rendering process, and then I get to shade it on my mesh. In this case, it's just a rectangle. Hey, Phoenix. Level design. So let me help you shape your mind on this one, right? The spaces in your game should all have a function. Typically, in a platforming or side scroll, like an action game, the spaces are there to teach or test the player on things that you can do in the game. So if you're struggling with level design, maybe the thing that you should be managing first is the game design. How does your player move? What are their abilities? What are the things that you can do? Are there objects you can interact with? All of those things. Are there enemies? Those things inform the level design. Just creating a space and being like, okay, here's room 1, here's room 2, here's a uphill slope, and here's a secret passage or whatever. All of that stuff is it's not going to mean anything if you don't have like specific things that you're trying to teach or test the player inside of those spaces. Hey Dan, so that's what you played is like quite an old demo. I'm still taking feedback on it if you have any, so you can send it in the Discord. Okay, so here we have, and you can see here, right? This is the scene camera at the moment. So the scene camera, you can see, as we move it around, because the position of the bridge is being changed relative to the scene camera, right? The scene view is actually going closer to the top pixel here or closer to the bottom pixel as we drag, right? That means that the contents of the texture is changing, okay, are changing. So what I'm trying to do is solve for this, right? I don't want that to happen. Hey, Unique UX. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So right now I'm solving this by just hard coding a value that's an offset. And I don't want to have to do that. But there are going to be a few things that we need to design to make this work. Hey, Kondrick. How's it going? Okay, so let's just do like a fake scene here. Beautiful. Okay. So we have this scene, and we have a thing that is a reflection of that scene. Did I build my computer? I haven't been able to build it yet. I am using my laptop at the moment. I don't know if you can hear the fan, but I'm thinking I might actually buy a new laptop. I've noticed that when I have my laptop here and I'm using it to work, the idea of just like picking it up and taking it over to my couch while I'm watching TV and continuing to work on the game, it's actually giving me a bit more momentum in my day. So given the fact that it's currently running the stream and the game dev, and it's from 2020, you know, maybe forking out for a better laptop is a more valuable purchase than like building a new PC. I do obviously have the RAM that I bought for this one, so the PC is still, you know, it's still here, and I still want to upgrade it, but I don't know. I need to regroup when I've got a bit more time and a bit more disposable income. So we can flip it vertically. That's what we're trying to do. And we want this to take place like, oh, I'll probably tint it as well. Why doesn't that do anything? Oh, because that's at the back. Let's copy as PNG and then just paste it. And then we can do this. So let's just say it's kind of like this and maybe a little more blue. And that's how we know it's the water. Okay, so there's a couple things here. One is we want to flip it. Okay, it's so far so good. Why can't I? Oh, because this is inside of that? Weird. Okay, so I want to flip it. Then I want to offset it until it hits some, I guess, arbitrary point. But actually, I think the arbitrary point that I want to create is actually just the top of the texture, right? The top of the mesh. That should be the point where we start reflecting from. And it should just reflect whatever it is that's directly above this point here. That's what should be, you know, reflected. Right? And if I drag it up, this should be more like that. Okay? So we need to be able to define what that is. So what we want to do is no matter what the world position is, take the world position of the mesh, which is probably the center of the mesh, and then either, I don't know if we need to think about the scale, the transform scale, or even the world bounds. Maybe we need to factor those in. But effectively, we want whatever. We want to find the distance between the camera position and the top of this thing. Or a better way to put it would be the bottom point of what the camera is capturing and the top of the texture. Because the distance between these two things, that's where we'll need to do the culling. I guess it's halfway between halfway of the distance between these two things. That is probably what we want to, that creates the reflection. So if I go up to here, for example, this distance will be, you know, this number, like 370. If I half that to like 240 or something, whatever this is, that if we crop that from the total amount, should give us, I don't know, something closer. We'll figure it out. Whatever the algorithm is, we'll figure it out. So like assuming this is here, the distance between the bottom of the camera and the top of this would be this. We just want this green part and this green part to be the same height. That's all this needs to do. So really, it's not so much that we want to do this. It's more about that we want to translate this up. So do we just translate this up the same distance? Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, we translate the image inside of the texture up by the distance that the texture fits on screen. So let's name this stuff. Hey Dan, if you join us on Discord, you will find the feature test. So the feature test is the demo experience that I'm currently working on, and what it is a series of kind of like unit tests. So it's not like a full game. It's not like a full chapter or a vertical slice. It's more like chunks of play experience that you can, you know, play through and then give direct feedback on immediately after doing them inside of like a form. So in the Discord, there is a forum, if you scroll down, called Insignia Feature Test Program, I think it's called. And in there are the details for where to find it. It's not, I should say, it's not like fully up and running. It will crash as you finish the tests. But it is up to date. So when I work on this today, I'll be able to like take stuff that we're working on here and just put it in the feature test, and you'll be able to play test it there. This is Figma, this software. Okay, so this distance is like camera, bottom of camera, top of mesh. Distance. So we'll call this camera mesh overlap. Hey, some crispy biscuit. Thank you so much. Ah, oh, thanks for watching. That's very kind of you. I love to do it, so if you love to watch it, we'll be here. There is a problem with this. When I say the camera position, what I really mean is the world position, right? That's what I really mean, because if the camera shifts, right, and the contents of this start moving, you know, then I don't want these contents to also move, right? If you jump, like let's draw it like this. This is where it gets tricky, and I fell into a bit of a pitfall earlier. Okay, really, in the game world, this goes a lot higher, right? This is like the rest of the game, and this goes a lot lower. So like what we're looking at here is representative of what the camera is doing here, but if the camera shifts up, obviously the ground changes, right? And if the camera comes down, the ground comes up. So we don't just want to reflect what the camera can see in this reflection. The reflection is based on what the camera can see, but we need to offset it by the camera's distance from the reflection point, which is still the mesh overlap in that case. So maybe it's okay. Maybe we can do this in like one calculation. It's not like multiple different factors. Hey, CanGV, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome, welcome. Majestic content creator. Oh, thank you. So maybe it's just this. If we just define this, we can use it to figure out everything. So right now, everything works. It's looking great, looking fantastic. It's just, unfortunately, very dependent on hard-coded numbers right now. So I want to remove all those numbers, just for those of you who are showing up today. Okay. So let's figure out a way to do this such that I can almost like compartmentalize. Well, I have compartmentalized these things. Thanks, Dan. I have to say, I didn't come up with this concept. This is from Kingdom New Lands, the actual water implementation. And I think they probably do maybe a little bit of a better job than I do, but I think I do a pretty good job of capturing it. Let me see if I can show you kind of what that looks like. One sec. Shh. Okay. So like in Kingdom, you can see the water there. It's very similar to the water that I've got going on. Probably, it probably is basically the same at this point, the implementation. So it's just a reflection, it's a bit distorted, there is a noise texture moving under it, and then there are the rippley, foamy bits that move with parallax. So I've pretty much got it. But that was the idea, was to replicate that. So, what are we gonna do? I want to save this shader. Simple water. Let's just save the whole thing and duplicate it. Because I don't want to lose the logic that I've got there in case we fail. So let's call this perfect water. I don't know why. I don't know why I think that I can do that, but perfect water. Okay. So for this, I kind of think that I'll be having to remove this node, or this group, and this group back here. These two are probably gonna have to go, and I'm gonna have to essentially recreate them without the hard numbers. Okay, so let's first map this shader to this and save it so that we know that what we're working with, and then I'll like delete half of the stuff in it. So that we can make sure that we actually did something. So let's close this tab. Let's open this up. And then maybe just like... Gosh. Well, let's disconnect some of this stuff. Just see what we get. Okay, so we're pretty much on the money there. So far. Now, all of this is pretty good, I think. I don't think any of this needs to change. None of it's hard-coded except for the volume of the noise texture. Not many magic numbers. The surface ripples, that's fine. That's just a step value. And this actually is pretty good too. But I want to simplify it down. So let me just... I'll keep it around. I'll copy and paste it so that I just have something to play with without destroying what I built. And let's think about what we want to do. So the screen position is probably not the thing that we want to be working with here. I think what we want to do is take maybe the world position. That's going to be added into here. Let's go world. If we take our world position and we add this to it, what does that do? Sorry, one sec, pals. All right. So, right now we don't have anything yet. Let's see if we can strip this back even further. I'm actually just going to unplug everything from the shader and only do this. Just sample, copy, and we'll make this like 1. This is the screen position. Oh, that's why. Interesting. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be putting that in there. So what this is doing, and I can prove it to you that it works this way, is I can take the water and I should be able to shift it up and if I need this to be offset. Let's add 1 on the x-axis just to prove that it's working. Oh, certainly something happened. Yeah, okay. So it works. This is what we're seeing here in the water is just a copy of what's on the scene behind it. It's not just semi-transparent, it's opaque. And it's just shifted by half a unit. Are there any games that I'm hyped for this year? Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Super hyped for that. So we know that the screen position gives us this thing. Now, this is something that I have a node for. I created this subnode and I'm wondering if I should use this. Right now, what it's doing is it's taking our screen position and it's, what are we doing here? I think it's just mapping the texture to be the full screen. That's really all it's doing. That seems right. But maybe we don't care about the screen position so much. Maybe we can just throw in the world position and see what that does too. And they might be identical at first. I'm not sure. Global Game Jam. I don't know. No, it looks like world position's not going to get us there. Let's start with screen position and we'll work from there. So this is my screen position, basically my UV. And if I multiply, so we had back here, this is what we were doing. Screen position, I'll make this raw. If I multiply just the Y component by -1, then I should be able to basically flip it. That's all it does. So we take this. We flip the Y component. That should give us upside down water. But the problem is that I don't think that it's, when we say upside down water, only some of this texture, like it's not going to show us anything until we translate it. Because we multiplied and subtracted 1 from it, but this 1 number isn't anything. And if we multiply by -1, in fact, what we should be doing is subtracting the screen height, I guess. Assuming that it's... nope. Or do we add it? This is where an offset helps. So I can just feel around and see if I get something. In this case, oh, we're not using the, what? Okay, no, this is the right. Yeah. Yeah. So there is a number. In this case, it's not 0. It's like 0.1, 0.2, somewhere. It's like 0.2, I guess, in this case, that realigns everything. The UV you're playing with would be on the water's rectangle, but you're mapping it to the screen texture's coordinates. That's right. What's the resolution of the rectangle for the water? Well, the rectangle doesn't have a resolution. That's the problem. The rectangle is, actually it does have a resolution. I should have thought about that. It does have a resolution. It's 100 by 100. Oh, that's a good question. Hype. Nope. Never heard of it. Maybe I shouldn't be using this sprite. But then what would I be using? It's strange because even though it's 100 by 100, it doesn't seem to be affected by anything. Like the resolution of the texture doesn't seem to be a factor. I'm not really using the UV of the texture at all. I'm using the screen space. Hey Silvera, thank you so much. Let's just ignore that 100 by 100 for now. But yeah. So this offset in this case was 0.2. So what I want to figure out is what relationship does 0.2 have between what we're looking at here? That's the important thing. If we bring the game over to here, is it that the game's camera, that this value is 0.2 of the camera's size up, or is it 0.2 of the water texture down? This looks like 20% there. Right? So it's that overlap value that we're talking about. The distance between the camera, the bottom of the camera, and the top of the world bounds of the texture or the mesh. So I can take the position of the camera and I can subtract half. I can subtract half of the height from it. That'll give me the bottom of the camera. Right? And then I can take the object position. I can take the world bounds.max. That'll be what I want. And I can take the Y component of that. And I can subtract the bigger number from the smaller number. So split this, take the Y component of that. and the y component of that. This should be this offset. Or at the very least, this is the world distance. So it might not be a percentage, it might be a units thing. What are we actually looking at? We're looking at positions. So yes, this is the world distance that we're moving by. This is screen position. That's position on screen. This might not work. I might need to convert this from screen space down to world space, or from world space to screen space. So we'll see. But first we'll chuck it in, see what happens. Okay, so it's still moving quite a lot, which means it's not right. Hey, Tom Millman, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. And it's also moving in, I guess, the wrong direction, right? Well, it shouldn't be moving at all, but we can try to flip that subtraction and change the spaces. So let's go transform from world space to screen space and see if that does anything. It seems to do something. It's almost right. I think we just need to subtract the number, like flip it so that it's this minus this. No, it doesn't seem right. Also, it seems like we're using the wrong component. The problem you're tackling is to find the region of the camera's texture that should be reflected in the water, even if the camera moves. That's right. Correct. Thank you, Tom. Isn't 20% of the screen, but it's like, it's sort of that. It's sort of that. It's not really about percentages. I don't think it's about percentages. I think it's about an actual world units difference between the two values. The 0.2 was some number, but I don't know what that 0.2 represented. I think it's world units. I don't think it's percentage, but it could be normalized. It could be UV space. I'm just not sure. That's what we're trying to find out. Shouldn't it be fixed to the lower ground? I'm not sure. Well, actually, I think what it was, like this number was here, right? This is screen space. It's 0.2 of the screen. I think. Is that right? I don't even know. I can't even tell you. I mean, it's just a number. What is this? Is this normalized between 0 and 1? Then it's percentage of the screen. If, you know. But I don't know if screen position is in pixels or what. It's not pixels, it's raw. You keep sampling screen space, but you need to update it by subtracting the vertical distance of the camera's current location from where you have it when Armin is next to the cottage. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do. But as I was talking about it here, there is a value, no matter where the camera is, the water needs to be in the same spot. That's the trick, right? So if the water is here, if the camera goes up or down, the water needs to be the same. The position of the water doesn't change. The position of the world doesn't change. Hey, Code and Gate. Many years, about 7 years. But the position of the texture, the position of the objects in the texture are changing when this moves up. When this moves up, the position of the components inside of the texture move down by the same amount. And so if they're here, where they're halfway across the screen, that distance subtracted from the top bound of this distance should be offset here. So I think that's what we're doing, right? That's basically how we've got it. We've got the flip happening here, and then we're adding the distance between the camera's position, or at least what we think of as the bottom of the camera's position. We're subtracting the Y component of that from the world bound max of the camera, the top Y component of the camera, of the water. So like this number is the top of the water, and this distance is well, this is the position of the camera. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's one way or the other way. I think it doesn't really matter. Well, it probably does matter, but right now I'm thinking of these as world and I'm moving them to screen space. But I don't know. Maybe because here we're talking about position. This is world space. Here we're talking about screen position. That's, I guess, UV space. My mouse ran out of battery. One sec. Okay. One sec, pals. Be right back. I'm just going to turn it off as well. Okay. So I would like to solve this puzzle. I like puzzles, and I don't want someone to tell me how to do it. I want to learn it. So this is normalized space. This, I don't know if world to screen, I don't know if this is normalized. I don't even know what object, I don't even know what these conversions do, if I'm being honest. I mean, you can backseat a little bit, but telling me a tutorial to watch is, it's not as fun. I want to understand these things, because I know I'll just end up copying. I'll just copy paste. I don't want to be a script kiddie here. Okay. Hey, Slug. Well, I understand what the spaces are generally, but I don't know what they mean in Unity. That's what I'm really describing. I'm just not sure what Unity means when it talks about certain spaces. I mean, that's looking pretty convincing right up until pretty good, but it is affected by the camera position in a way that I don't like. So it needs to be stable. I actually have got this working the way that I want it to with this, where it is stable. What I'm doing is I guess that's what I'm already doing. Look, there's the object position and the camera position. There is a scale that I'm creating here, but I'm subtracting one from the other and then multiplying that in. So it's almost the same logic. I just don't know what those initial values need to be, or at least I don't want to have to put in any initial values. The multiplication tells me that there's a screen conversion that I am doing. Oh, I'm just seeing it off the bottom. I'm just going to try flipping because, hey, why not? Oh, I'm seeing something. The camera's base position. Hang on a second. Let's think about it. The bottom of the camera is always going to be lower than the top of the water. So what do I subtract from what? If I subtract the top of the water from... If I subtract the bottom of the camera from the top of the water, that will be a positive number. So it's this minus that. But that's not the top of the water. That's just the position. Oh no, it is. It's the world bounce max of the object. So that is the top of the water. Top of the water to you. And I'm assuming that position is the pivot point of the texture. I'm assuming that's what that means, but I could be wrong. I don't actually know what camera position is. Let's go camera node. Unity. Oh, well, it's got to be the center. So it has to be. Okay. So it can't be that complicated. So if we take the position and then we take the height, we halve the height and we subtract one from the other, that should be the bottom of the camera. Did we get a... Hang on a second, pals. Did we get a redemption just now? We did. We got an Irish redemption. I'll be trying to talk in a way that makes sense for you. I'm going from something a little more... what's the word? Something a little more stereotypical to something a bit more realistic. This is how they might talk in Dublin. So, I don't have too much of an issue talking to you like that. But if I was talking like this... like a leprechaun, that's kind of a little bit of a stereotype. No, I know there is a way that they talk that's a lot more natural than that. At least in certain parts. So, here we are. What's the crake? Figuring out what we're doing here. The first thing that we'd want to do... You're welcome, Solgren. The first thing we want to do is figure out... I don't know. I haven't spent too much time around Irish people. It's more of a guess for the most part. We got the camera position divided by 2, from the height. Subtract that, that's the bottom of that. Take that number. That number is going to be higher than the first, so that's a positive number coming out there. You sound like Jacksepticeye. No, Jacksepticeye sounds like he's from somewhere else, maybe Cork. Not sure. Top of the order to you. Whoosh. He talks more like this. It's a little more higher. A little higher. No, I can't really do Jack. I don't know how to do a Jack impression. But this is more based on what's his name? The fighter, the MMA fighter. Conor McGregor. If you don't know, then you don't know. The MMA fighter Shrek. No, see, Shrek's from Scotland anyway. Alright. Don't you know the difference between Irish and Scottish? Stagwood Live. Stagwood, thank you so much for the 10 bits. It's not too late to pivot full time to voice acting. Do you know what? I'd actually really enjoy doing voice acting full time. If it were something that was presented to me, I'd do it. Without a question. You wouldn't even have to count to 3, I'd be saying yes. I'd love to. Every day would be a joy. Hearing sounds and replicating them. No problem at all. A serious joy. Oh yeah, Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell in the... What's that movie? Where the kids walk into the shop while he's ordering fish and chips or whatever. Kebabs. And he what's it? The gentleman or something? The gentleman? Want to voice act in my game? I'd get a credit. Maybe. Would I do it for free? Oh, I'd give it a crack. I'd give it a go. A good hot red go. In Bruges. Alright. So, what's going on here? This number is a positive number. That's what we got. Yeah, when he's a gangster. I think it's called the gentleman. I'm not sure. So I've got this thing and I'm flipping it upside down, and after I flipped it, so that's it, the Guy Ritchie one. I've taken an object and I flipped it like that, and then, oh, I know, I want to subtract not just that distance, but the whole thing minus the difference. So I've taken a number, right? That's the number. If you multiply it by -1, you end up over here. If you subtract that difference, you're only going to get that high. It's actually 1 minus that difference gets you that line. So that's what we're trying to do now. So we're going to add a number, probably 1. I think it's 1. And then we're going to subtract this distance. Piece of piss. Now, not exactly what I'd call a success. A success? I don't really know. Okay, that's enough of that. No more accent. Have I done a good job or not? It's certainly something. I don't think so. I think that the 1 is not, it's not normalized. Right? Oh, what the heck? Yeah, it's 0.2. But what's 0.2? What is 0.2? What is 0.2 representing? I multiply the screen position of... Hang on a second. That's not the screen position of the camera. That's the screen position of the... Oh, God. Hey, Mystic Law Studio. Thank you so much for the follow. This is the screen position of the object, not of the camera. So what we're really flipping when we do this is the contents of this. We're flipping this. Oh my goodness. But then there's this. Okay. I have an idea. I think I'm doing too much guesswork. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Okay. See ya, Unique. Sorry I couldn't be more entertaining. So we have a shader that works, and I'm trying to make that shader be more generally applicable to other parts of the game. So I want to remove the hard coding, which means I'm trying to solve the difficult problems of why those hard-coded numbers were what they were. That's the thing. So this is creating a bit of a confusion for me because I'm not starting from nothing. But maybe this is, I mean, I know this works. What this is doing is mapping the actual game world pixels that are behind the texture to the texture. So we do want to flip it, but maybe not yet. Maybe we want to flip it later. Right now, if we look at it here, it's like perfect for what I would want it to be. It's unfortunate that I can't check this any other way. I can't like pause and then like go here and look at it because this is also rendering the same shader, right, in the scene. So I guess I can play with the value and watch it change. I don't want this to happen. That's basically what we're trying to avoid happening. So to the extent that the camera moves up, when the camera moves up, the texture needs to move up as well by the same amount. So I'm flipping this, but maybe I should be flipping it later. Maybe we should not flip it and see what happens. Just see what happens when we just add some pixels to it. Okay, so like, I mean, that makes sense. And in fact, wow, it actually, I mean, it's respecting everything just fine, right? You would think that flipping it wouldn't be an issue. Like if we just invert, oh, we have to add half. Yeah. You would think that, wouldn't you? You did just say it. You did say it. So you do you add half or you subtract half? You got to subtract half first. So that when you mirror it, some goes upside down, some goes right way up. It's half because if you take a number, this is the thing. If you take this and you multiply it by -1, now it's over here. And there's nothing in the space where you were before. But if you subtract half and then you flip it, now it's upside down, but the content is in the same spot. So we could add the half after, and it should be okay again. So this is a proper flip. And then we go over to here, we press save, we go back. And hopefully this, when we move the camera up, it does shift. We don't want that to happen. Is it actually happening? Yes. Subtract half, multiply by -1, add half. So we're basically here. The content is here. Subtract half, multiply by -1, add half. Unless 0.5 is not 0.5 in object space. Unless this number is like some other number. Let's do this. Let's chuck this here and there and figure out what space this is in. No matter what I do, it's always going to do that, isn't it? Because now, I guess it's not really that we flipped it or didn't flip it, right? It's that when you flip it, the direction is now inverted. So, you know, when we move the whole thing down or up, now it's moving away from where it was going. So just by virtue of flipping it, we're going to have to now subtract the distance that the camera has moved. I think, is that right? Does that sound right? Like I have this and it's like this, right? It's 1-to-1. And then I have it here. I flip it. Well, if I have it here and I multiply by -1, now it's here. I subtract it down, now it's there. When the character jumps, they're going to go down. Oh, sorry, not when the character jumps. When the camera moves up, this is going to go up as well. When the camera moves down, sending the character up, all of this content is going to go that way. But I want it to stay in the same spot. It's so interesting because if you don't do that, if you just plug it straight in, it goes the exact way that you want it to go the whole time, no problem. It's such a strange thing, right? You can do this. If you go up, it goes up. You go down, it goes down. The contents of the reflection don't change. It appears, but I guess they do change. It's just that the part of the reflection relative to where the screen's moving is the same. It's in the same spot as it was visually. But if you flipped it, obviously it's going to be different. I guess it's the question of like flipping it, the axis about which, that's what it is. The axis about which we're flipping is actually moving depending on where the camera is. That's why this is so complicated. So that's what I'm trying to do. I've got this thing, I'm flipping it. I think the subtracting half and multiplying and stuff is still good. I don't know what 0.5 represents though. Hey, Jest, we're trying to do water reflections. I have an idea, actually. I'm going to move the water to be filling the screen. Just for now. Yeah. That's right. So now I need to subtract the camera motion from this. And the camera motion is defined as the position of the camera minus the object position. Right? So I should be able to subtract this number from that and chuck that in there, and it should be correct. Or at least the direction change should be correct. There may have to be an offset in there just to straighten stuff out for a second. Now it's going in the right direction, but it needs to be scaled. We don't want to have to do that scaling. So I'm assuming that it's this space conversion that's going to fix the scale. We change the offset again till it works. Oh, that's actually so trippy. What? That is a game mechanic and a half waiting. Oh, that's actually absurd. Eating a wonder seed. Okay. Write that down. Write that down. All right. So, does it matter when we do the flip? That's a good question. Maybe we do it after. Oh, that stabilized it. We did do the flip after. You're so right. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Good suggestion. I think you just solved it. Wow. Genius. Wow, you did it. Now we just need to figure out what the 216 represents, and then we're good to go. So I want it to be able to figure it out no matter where it's placed. That's the most important thing. So rather than using an offset, we want to use world position somewhere. No, it was somebody said it. Mark Bless. Mark Bless was the genius. Thank you, Mark Bless. Bless you, Mark. Okay. Seven blessings to you. All right. So now the question is, where is the offset? This number here. This is bad. I wonder if it's as simple as just adding in the y component of the y component of the object space. Is that crazy? That sounds, yes. Or the world position, not the object position, but like the world position of the transform. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. I guess we have this idea about like sea level. Oh, no, we don't. We should be able to communicate it. We should be able to figure it out. Yeah, he's on the YouTube side. That's right. That's right. Sorry. Twitch and YouTube, you guys are so separate from each other. We have to figure out what 2.16 means in this space. really. Maybe even 2.14. Okay, so this number is perfect at this position, but if we move it, obviously, the position becomes wrong. So it's based on the position of the water. That changes the offset. So we should be able to factor that in. So this is the object position. We add this to the offset. At the very least, that will give us something to play with. Now, maybe object position is wrong. It might not be object position per se. No, that is right. So, that's looking good. If we move the water... Oh no! We need to invert that also. Maybe it's just a subtraction then, not an add. Please just be the opposite operator. Okay. Cool. It's right. It does affect that, but it's not correct because there's a different scale being applied. If we move this up, it doesn't just reflect what's above it. It's close, but it runs out of room. I do have different water squares. Look at this one and look at this one. I got two of them. Ultimately, we don't want there to be an offset at all. We want to be able to remove that altogether. So what we're looking at here is, the question is why, like when I move my Y position, what I want is for it to perfectly mirror exactly what's on the screen above it. Right now, it moves almost like too fast. For every world unit that we move it moves too fast. So this needs some space conversion, probably this conversion here. Let's do the same thing. World to screen. No, I don't think we do need to do that. I don't think so. Because the camera can see what the camera can see at all times. There we go. Done. It's perfect. And in this case, the offset is still a number. It's still a hard-coded number, but we've got the relationship right. Right now, that hard-coded number, I think, is just the percentage of the... I mean, that's pretty much right. How many hours a week? As close to 40 as I can. Sometimes more, sometimes less. So why is it 2.25? That's the question. I guess it doesn't really matter if it's 2.25 and the thing up here is also reflecting what it can see. Oh, no, that's not good. Okay, now the camera position's coming in. So that 2.25 is just the camera position at this level. So if we work the camera position into this, we can resolve this completely. I think this down here is going to end up being this here. It's the same exact thing. We just must have got the order wrong. So let's just put this over there for now. Put this away. I don't need to think about it too much. So it's the camera position. I think I can just split this and then put the y-axis in here and say like add or subtract or whatever it is. It's probably subtract. If I move up a little bit, I think it doubles. Is it the other way around? Or do we just not factor in the position at all? Oh no, that got it. It was the other way around. Nice. Okay, and now we take the offset and we move it to like there. And then we should be able to shift this up. Oh, but now we've just canceled out the whole thing. No. Oh, I was doing so well, you guys. I mean, it's right in that it no longer drifts when I jump up, which is perfect. But this value for the offset is hard-coded now. Well, I guess I should be happy, right? I think I did it right. But before, this was also correct for that. The same value was correct. So this is now just the world position of the top, but we're already factoring that in. So what is it doing wrong? It's hard. As it stands, moving this, it doesn't change where the reflection needs to be. That was when we just did this. Then it does change where the reflection needs to be, as long as the offset's correct. So that's great. That's how I would want all of the water to be. It's just that once the camera drifts, I need to change the sample of the camera by the... I need to offset the camera. And I think that needs to be done later, actually. Maybe after the flip. So I take the camera space. I take the Y. I don't need this. And then I add that. Good night. This definitely won't work. But I need to know in what direction. I think if we go the other way, it might be right. Please. Please do this for me. No! I think it's maybe the other way, but with the screen space conversion after. And it's world space to screen space. Struggling to hear me? Hey, Stagwood. I'm coming through pretty loud and clear. I think. So now it's linear. It's the correct amount, but I think we do need to subtract rather than. Man. What am I doing wrong here? This feels linear. This feels like correct. It feels like the amount that it's moving one way or another is 1 to 1. So now I just want to subtract that number instead of adding it. But when I subtract it, it goes double speed. So do I add it times 2? Or do I add it times a half? Why would I do that though? That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't seem right. But I am scaling. This is the scale. Like all of this stuff should be in the same scaling. Like, what's the word? Like when I move here, you can tell you can tell that the way that you can tell by the way that it is. Here, when I'm moving up and down, you can see as the camera moves up and down, this is moving by like the same amount. So as I go down, or is it? No, it's not. It's not moving by the same amount. It's moving by like double. So the screen space conversion isn't right. No, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're so close. We're so close, pals. You would think we would have to just subtract. Hey, Speed Ink. I could tell it was moving double because of the speed at which the texture was moving away from the camera. So look, for every like pixel that I move like here, that's perfect, right? Not quite. Actually, it could just be the offset. It's not quite right. So here, you can see here everything lines up perfectly. So that the camera motion here is 1-to-1, but it's just in the wrong. We just need to subtract the camera's position from the offset in this. That's what it needs to be. I mean, that seems pretty straightforward to me. We need to subtract the position from the offset, from the texture. Now this is looking for screen position. So I'm taking world position, that's the camera movement, and I'm converting it to screen position. And then I'm subtracting this amount of movement before plugging it in. That's what I'm doing. However, when we set this up, it goes like the opposite way, I think. Or almost does nothing. It's visual scripting, Booch. So it's very what's the word? It's very Howl's Moving Castle. So now the question is, when I move the camera, how much more does the texture move? It's still 1-to-1. So it's not a scale issue, it's a directional issue. It's in addition. Wait a second, I'm confused. This value is set, right? When I move the value, the camera moves up. Oh, but you can see here it's not. See, look, it doesn't actually attach. When the distance that the camera moves is not the same space. Because look at how much more dirt we can see, even though we didn't move up that far. Like, well, actually, Oh, maybe it is the same. It's just that we're going in the opposite direction. So then, I mean, then it just comes back to that original question of like, do we just, maybe we just subtract the other way. Oh no, we went right way up again. Huh? Oh shucks. Okay, so don't do that. No, Yo-Yo Bob, that's not what we're doing. All right. Maybe we do it before the flip, but then we're back here again. This is right back where we started. Oh, hang on a second. I'm already doing like a whole bunch of stuff here that I didn't realize was still being processed. Whoops. Whoops. But then how is this? What the heck? I guess I did need all of that. But then I'm already doing all the stuff that I would be doing. Okay. We're so close, pals. We're so close. It's just that the whatever's being processed over here when we take the camera position and then we subtract something, blah, 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 blah. Here, we're subtracting the height from 2. Yeah, that's fine. Here, we subtract this from this. Maybe we just flip this. Yeah, that's definitely not right. Hey Keith, it should be irrelevant, I think. Add pixel noise to the reflection. Yeah, we've already got... Can I just... there is a version of this shader that works really, really well already. But I'm trying to remove some values. And the version that works really, really well has a bunch of extra effects on it. So... like this version. Looks like this. Now I've stuffed it up. Yeah, looks like this. See? So, and that's got the distortion. It's got all the bits that you might like to see in something like this. But I'm trying to make it so that this works everywhere without having to reset up a bunch of stuff. So instead, we're stuck with this version for now while I'm trying to figure out all of the details. Namely, the biggest one right now is this offset that's happening when the camera's Y position changes, correct? So you would think that we would have to just subtract the Y or add the Y position of the camera to the offset of the texture. You would think that's all we'd have to do. Are we overcomplicating it? I'm not looking for directional questions at the moment. Didn't I solve your issue before? Hey, Mark. Sort of. No, the problem is that the camera movement for the... This is hard because I'm explaining different things to different people here. The camera movement is baked into the way that the shader works. Because what you're seeing in the reflection is based on the camera's image buffer, right? So by default, even if there's no screen translation stuff in there, when the camera moves, what the camera can see changes, right? Like if I move the camera up, the reflection moves down, right? Just by virtue of what the camera can see. So the contents of the reflection will change automatically. So what we're trying to do is counter that by adding in the movement of the camera. But there's a couple of points where we need the camera position. One is setting up where the reflection should be starting, and that takes into account the object's position. So the top of the water reflection, the distance from the camera to that, and then there's the distance of the camera in general. So like the position and its changes over time. So what I'm looking for is basically a number that we can find where that's right, the reflected image also has the camera movement. So I'm thinking we want to, oh, Denovo David, are you saying we should halve it to counteract that? We still get motion. It's better. But I wonder if now it's like, well, if we just multiplied it by 0, would that be the best? You know what I mean? Like maybe its involvement in this equation is just wrong to begin with because I've already factored it in somewhere else. Let's just try this. Let's just try dropping that altogether. Oh, that seems really stable. Nice. I think I fixed it. I think it just needed to be not in that specific spot. I think we got it, pals. That's it. So now if I move the camera, oh yeah. Perfect. And this offset variable, that now we should be able to figure out what that needs to be. Right now I've got it at 0.75 and that seems to be perfect. I don't know why it's 0.75 though. That's my only concern. Is it because the camera starts 0.75 up of the way through the texture? If I scale the texture, doesn't seem to make a big difference. Actually, it seems perfect for the most part. Okay, well. That's great, that's perfect. So let me clean this up. I don't need this. I just need this. Take this, I bring it up here. Can I shrink this down? I guess I don't need this. I don't know why we subtracted 1 from that. Is that the same shader? Did I break something just now? Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Okay, somewhere, somehow we subtracted 1 from this value. Hey, definitions. Yeah, we know that logically the water shouldn't move on the y-axis, but the water, since it's a reflection of, since the water is textured based on the camera's, what the camera's screen contents, when the camera moves, the reflection was moving. So the impulse to factor the camera into that is right. I don't know how we got around it. We are subtracting the object's world position, but that doesn't seem right. Also, why we're doing this twice. You seeing this? Like we're adding something and then we're subtracting something. We could cancel this out. Oh, that's okay, Everraid. We'll get to that. I don't know. If it works now, I don't want to complain about it too much. What can I, you know what? I don't want to screw with it, but I know that there's some canceling we can do here to make this a lot simpler. Like, why am I adding something and then immediately subtracting something else? Well, I need, well, it's doing something. But maybe we don't need it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it just changes that offset value to do it this way. Yeah, that didn't work. We did need it somehow. This is where we start to get into if it ain't broke, don't fix it territory. Just walk away, back away slowly. Except now I can't seem to get it to work at all. Whoops. There. Okay. So now we can bring in all the other stuff. Okay, I can delete this. Delete this. Take this, plug it in here. That goes there. That goes there. This goes away. I don't know if this is necessary anymore. I don't know what this does. I need to be very careful with it. But I guess it goes here and here. Oof. Booyah. This is Unity. So if all is well, I can just drag this up. Oh, that's amazing. More details about this project? Yeah, I can tell you all about it. You can play a whole demo on itch.io. And I've also got a feature testing platform where you can play parts of the game that I'm working on right now. What do you want to know? Continuing the surface of the water to make it look like... Do you mean like having the effect go behind the bridge kind of thing? I can put the bridge in front of the water. I can do that. But then it won't... That kind of works. But I would need the surface of the water to kind of wrap around the bricks. Like I need to mask out the effect, which is something that I kind of might be interested in doing. For now, we'll just keep it like this. I think I'm happy with it like this. The next thing is just to bring some of that opacity down on the entire effect. So I'm no longer using camera offset scale. I'm no longer using camera offset. Don't even think, I mean, I am using offset. I don't know why I need it, but oh well. The next thing is alpha. I think I like it like this, like 50%. Even 40 is pretty nice. Am I planning to go to Steam? I am planning to go to Steam eventually. So now the next challenge would be to add some surface tension to the water. If I take this away, does that look better, worse? What do you think without that white line? I think I would want to tint the water down. If I was going to do that. It looks very reflective. What do you think of that? It almost looks less cartoony, more realistic. Yeah, there's less of a pixel art vibe to it and more of a this is real actual water vibe. Well, I also don't love this straight line. I feel like if it's a key line, it feels like it's there on purpose. But now it's like, well, what about the edges of the text? Like, why isn't it lapping on the edges of the thing? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being pedantic. Also, oh, this flashing, man, is so crappy. I need to get rid of that. I did like the line. I don't know. I think maybe I do prefer it this way. I don't know. If the character appears on the water, it's a little bit better. If the character does appear, oh, they should appear on the water. I need to bring the water up. But that's easy to do because I could just take the water and move it up. Rude jester. Oh my god. I think this water needs to go the opposite direction. This way. The mountain's that way. The mountain's that way. The sea is that way. So it should be going that way. So now the only thing I don't like is when I jump, it flickers. That's the only thing I don't like. This might be very, very hard to isolate because it's taking the screen position. I don't know if we need the quantize. Maybe we don't need it. Oh, we definitely need it. It's too thin otherwise. It's not even very pixel arty at that point. What it's doing is it's trying to rationalize where to draw the noise based on the camera's movements, and particularly at a sub-pixel level. I feel like, oh, this is terrible too. What is this? This is the camera position. I think this is just the world space conversion. I think I can fix that. I mean, it's right, but now it's following us around, so we need to subtract that or not use it at all. Why don't we just... What happens if we don't have it? Oh, it's still following us. Why did I do this? I guess I just wanted to... I don't know. Comment your code, man. Just look, give me a break. I'll comment it when I know what it means. I'll comment it when I understand it. I'm kind of confused. Well, no, well, I'm okay with where the quantize is now because I want to quantize the space entirely. So it's actually better earlier. But maybe it's not screen position that we want. Maybe it's world position. You know? No, it wasn't fine. It had issues. So it's actually not that. It's this that I care about. World position. Yay, we fixed it. It's just super high def right now. So I don't need to care about the screen position. The next thing is just the scale needs to change. So that's just here. This is like Minecraft water. This is like Minecraft mod water. Oh, the pixels per unit. Maybe not that many. Maybe just 10. Maybe not even that many. Why is this number so weird? 5? It's not 5 either. Two? Oh, I think this might be the screen resolution, like the pixel multiplier, because this is 1080p. It's 1080p out of 640 by 360. Do you know what I mean? Because the screen pixels need to be bigger by that much. So I need to know what resolution we're looking at here. If I go down to 360, oh, that works too. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Cool. Well, basically fixed it now. Still feels a little high def. Maybe it's 4. That I think is better. I think it's 640 times 4. Maybe what we wanted. And then this quantization. I want fewer of them, but I'm scared. Six maybe enough? Cool. Nice. But I'm a little annoyed that the wobbling is not quantized. Why is that not the case? Ripple distribution gradient. That's fine. It's the reflection distortion. But this is coming from this, which is already quantized. This has already got the quantization in it. So what am I doing wrong? Do I need to divide this by a smaller number? Because it's like... how blocky can I make it? Yeah, it doesn't actually do what I want it to be. Maybe you're right. Maybe the quantization does have to come late. After the noise. But I don't know how to quantize this now that we're here, because it's the space that we need to quantize, not the brightness. So like if I was to quantize this now, I'd be quantizing the brightness of the colors. I have to do it before, I have to do it here at this UV point. Yeah. So do you think not to do it here? I mean, we can figure that out. You've been right so far. You haven't given me a bum steer yet. Okay. So we're taking this number, plugging it in here, and chucking it back there. Feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like it might not work. This is a nice graphic design, this little sun. It's like something from Star Wars. No, see, it's not doing it. The noise is still wibbly wobbly at a very nice high resolution. And in fact, now we've lost the pixelation that we used to have. So it's become less quantized. Yeah, this was my fear. Because it's that time needs to be quantized? I don't really know how to think about it. I'm going to put it back where it was. But it's more that it's not just time. It's like the It's not just that. I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm describing. The problem that I'm seeing that I want to fix is that the water, the noise itself, the noise space is too high resolution. And I did fix it at some point. So when I look here, see the way that it's moving on smaller than a pixel basis. Like it's moving at the 1080p pixels. That warping, right? But I want that warping to happen at 640 by 360. See how it's like moving smoothly? I want that to happen. And you would think, well, just quantize the noise space, but we're doing that. It could be an aspect ratio thing as well. Yeah, you're right. What's my major? Something called design computing. So you're right in that this texture is 100 by 100, and these pixels are taller than they are thin at the moment. You can see it. You can actually see it. For every, see this? I'll take a screenshot of it. This is the quantized space for the height of one like sampled pixel. It's like this and like this, and then there's this kind of thing. So we have two noise textures going through each other. I'm not sure. We could quantize time as well. Like, it's not a big deal. I don't know what this does. I wrote that quantize, but it's made for vector 4s. It's not meant for this. I don't think I want it to be choppy like that. I don't think I want it to be 10 frames per second. I think that just looks like low frame rate. Like, it just looks like performance issues. I think smoother is better. Hey, Just Epic. I think we're pretty much there. I can live with this. If this is how the game looks when it releases, like, I'm not going to complain. It's fine by me. Hey, Crystal. Iris or break even? How does break even go? Iris by what? The Goo Goo Dolls? I just want you to know who I am. That song. Who sings break even? Oh, the script. When a heart breaks, oh, don't break even. Break even. What am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you? Why are you asking about songs from like the mid 2000s? I'm falling to pieces, yeah. I think break even. Actually, Iris is nice. Oh, and I don't want the what? Maybe Iris? I don't know. I can't say which one. And I don't want the world to see me. You know what you can do? You could do... Oh, no, let's not do that. I think I might do it offset like this so that it's not perfectly mirrored. You actually see like more. 6, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, right around 7.0. I think we're good. Also, I think we can move the camera up. I don't know why I've got the camera set up like this. I had fixed this. The guy at the restaurant ordering world to see me. What do you think of the world to see me? And I don't want the world to see me. Like, that's probably better. For this scene, at least. Oh God. Oh, because hang on a second. I know what I've done wrong. It's not that. It's not the camera offset. It's the virtual camera that I set up here. This zone camera. Zone theory. That I can delete now because the camera plays nice with the water. It's very Kingdom. It is. I am not ashamed to admit. What is this? That's... Do you think we should put him like dead center like that? I think a little lower would be ideal. It's kind of nice to be able to see so much. Oh, that's quite good, man. Maybe like, just a little bit, like another 10 pixels, maybe. And then I'll just bring the offset up on the water, and that'll give us that lovely reflection. I still think that line is probably a good idea. It is a blatant copy. I'm not even ashamed to admit it. This makes the bottom of my scene look so much better than it looked like before. It looks so much better. I'm not sitting here saying nothing. I'm happy about it. It works for my game. It looks good. Why would I not do it? I mean, there's so many things that come from so many other games in my game. I'm not a big fan of the way the camera's bumping up and down. It's a bit wobbly here. What's happening? Okay, first of all, here's what we're gonna do. I know you're messing with me. You know what? You do this thing, Corcam, where I know you're joking, but your criticism is like valid criticism that somebody somewhere would say. So even if you're just jerking my chain. It's like, well, someone's probably thinking that. So I need to address it. Okay. So I'm going to definitely commit this. Upgrades simple water to perfect water. Hey, Nathan. How's it going, my man? We just added some beautiful sparkly water, which I'm very proud of. Perfect to sell. So yeah, the next thing that I want to do is a little bit more work on this camera, particularly when we are standing around something like this. I'll show you what's happening with the camera. So you're seeing these raycasts. When we run around, it's sort of dropping a little. What's happening there? As we run, notice how it goes up and then it drops down. It goes up. Oh, it's because the top of these raycasts are clipping the terrain here. I wonder if I should just remove those ones altogether. I feel like they add a level of confusion and noise to the system that makes it, even if it's more stable, it makes it less predictable. Am I planning to animate the water wheel? I might have the animation of the water wheel be connected to a quest, maybe. I don't know. Like it doesn't work and then you have to fix it or something like that. That could be a fun side thing. Actually, there's a bridge in chapter 1 where the bridge is out and you have to like repair it. And I was wondering if I could work in the water wheel with the bridge so that you have to get the water wheel going to open up the bridge. But that's kind of later in this chapter. It's not in this scene. It's like another 3 scenes over. Oh man. Oh, I was at the driving range today, and my neck is a bit sore. I was a little bit too tense in my neck. I gave myself a little bit of whiplash. But man, I've been working on my 3-wood. Ooh, it's getting there. I'm almost ready to play, I think. I can actually hit the thing now. I can hit it well pretty often. I had this issue where I was, for those of you who care about golf, which is probably none of you, I had this issue where my middle finger on my right hand was getting this, like, hang on a second, I'm not giving you the finger. It's got like, the skin would tear off it as I was at the range, and I realized that I was choking down on the club too much with my right hand. And I couldn't figure that out until way later. It wasn't just that, I wasn't just gripping too much on it. It was that I was hitting the shot fat, like I was hitting the mat with the club before hitting the ball. And every time the club would hey, I'm ready to be a dad. Every time the club would hit the ground, it, you know, the grip twists in your hand and it would you know, rub against my finger. Try quantizing your finger. That's right. I just needed to convert the finger from club space to world space. Yeah, so I worked out that like it was like a timing thing, it was like a swing thing. I figured it out, and now that doesn't happen anymore. I was also slicing the ball quite a lot, which I no longer do. So I might go play a game soon. It's been like 16 years since I played golf. More, 17. And I've been practicing to play for like a year. On and off, obviously, mostly off. All right. So yeah, these things. So basically this virtual camera stack, we've got our platforming camera. The platforming camera has a bunch of raycasts, which it's got some things here. We've got radial rays. If I set that to 0, that's just gonna solve my problem. Look at me writing good code. So now the question is, if I run, this should be nice and stable. Yeah. Nice, very good. And then as we go towards the edge. Gee, that's pretty aggressive. That's the only thing I don't like about that. And that's a lot. But maybe we could give it less power. So still do the same thing, just give it less power. We've got 3 for the platforming camera, so let's give it a 2. So we'll give the weighting of that camera a lot less of a weight. It's still the same. Basically, what's happening is it's firing off a bunch of raycasts, and where those raycasts land is where it thinks we want to go. So what I might do is maybe throw the same amount or a few like behind us. Yeah, the trees is doing what I want the ripples to do, but the trees are not using screen space to do what they're doing. So I can quantize the sprite by quantizing the UV space. I can't seem to use the UV to quantize the resolution of the trees is consistent, and the trees aren't being scaled in a weird way, whereas the water is just 100 by 100 pixel square that's being like stretched out. Soda Ramune says, how do you guys prevent from getting lost in multi-layered code? I feel like I struggle with keeping track of working when debugging stuff. Write smaller functions. The way that I think about code these days is I don't write lots of comments. I write smaller functions and I use good function names. That's the trick. So the function should be the thing that describes what the code does. Only when the function is so complicated, because the operation is so complicated that you can't cover everything in the function name, do you add the comments. That's obviously wishful thinking, but that's the way that I do it. So maybe we do have the radial rays, but we just have them be like less. I think I had 10. Let's see if I can resolve this. So we're here. We're here. We've got some rays popping out. Let's go to the virtual camera stack, to the platform camera. Let's take the radial rays and... No, it doesn't like that. Okay, well, let's just say it's 10. And then can we drop the cast distance? Doesn't seem to do anything. Trajectory rays. No, we don't need more of those. I don't think radial cast distance does anything. Ray arrays equals determine trajectory points from 0. rotate vector, right? Radial raise 1, cast distance. Oh no, it is using the cast distance, but I need to set this up early because it only gets calculated once. I see. So, oops. Let's make it like, it was 4.5, let's make it 2. Yeah, so like, 3. That's quite good. Nice and stable. That's really good. Hang on, let's get rid of the inspector because it's probably slowing the game down. The game does feel like it's slower. I don't know why that is. Also, that should have been a grip that we could drop onto. I wonder if it's my laptop not being able to handle the stream. What is my frame rate? 40? Don't tell me it's the water. It's not the water. Whew. It might just be the inspector. Or just how many applications I have open. That's right. That's right, Finakis Live. Is that how I pronounce your name? Yeah. So the raycasts, they're kind of like ray trajectory casts. And you can see them like throw out all the way down. And then this red dot is the average of all of these blue dots, even these ones here. Finakist. Got it. Thank you. So I take all of these dots collision points and all of these blue collision points and I average them, and that's where the camera looks. So as I run around, you can see that red dot kind of starts to shift up. And then as we go to the edge, as more of the blue dots start to touch the ground, it looks down, 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 down. But it also has like a smooth lerp on it, so it's not going to snap when it does that. No, I made that. Yeah, of course I did. What can I close to make my computer run faster right now? Maybe I just drop it down to 640 or 720p. It doesn't seem to be that. Although that does seem more stable. Close chat. I'll just end the stream, that'll fix it. We could throw up the profiler. What is that? Others. The player loop? A lot of GFX wait for main thread, which is typically not my problem. Oh, that takes quite a long time. Actually, that takes basically nothing. It's just the editor. I think it's just Unity editor being really goddamn slow. It's edit loop. Nothing's happening. It's just Unity being dumb. No, I mean, it's been kind of like this, I think, since I started using my laptop for the stream. I'm running on sort of backup hardware at the moment. I'm so happy with this water. My goodness. I could put it everywhere. I do have a lot open at the moment. And it's only got 16 gigs of RAM. Okay, effects. Environment. Call it lake water. Let's just put it everywhere. I mean, yeah, streaming does affect it, obviously. Yeah, it does. I'm not going to put it everywhere, but I just want to see. I just want to see, you know? Just a little bit. Oh, it looks so good. God damn. I can't though. It's too much of a crutch. As much as I like it. You know what might be slowing it down? Is the shader graph. I think it was the shader graph. No. But now I feel like this is very high. Oh, do you know why? Because we're in 720p. Once I go out to 1080, it'll fix itself. No, it won't. The water was really making it feel different, wasn't it? And I don't want the world to see me. I really think on scenes like this, it's kind of better to have less black on the bottom. Someone was complaining earlier that like they didn't understand why there had to be so much negative space above the player. But I feel like it's because without it, you're just left with like you don't know, there's nothing to look at. Like you don't know where to look. Like what am I doing with this you know, this stuff. There's nothing here. So why shouldn't I move the camera down to fix it? Or up would be the way. You know, if I put it like this, I feel like you can see more of the world this way. I think it just depends on the scene a little. That's 0.97. I had it at 0.7. I had it at a value that I think I should probably keep it at. But maybe on a per scene basis I could change it. Like I think this feels good. But yes, there are times when I want to show you stuff below. And that context, it's a little weird. Yeah, I might add like just a hair more vertical space. Just like 64 pixels instead of 70. I'll just put you here. Even this feels a little... Gosh, look at all these... Goddamn. They're all gathered in the one spot. What happened? This feels too high, right? Yeah. It's just the difference between explorable areas and I guess what would you call them? Like story areas. As soon as you go back out here, it's like, oh, I want the camera to be higher. Like here, it feels like you could definitely, well, I like it here too. I don't know. I like the player in the bottom third. This feels right to me. It's just the idea of if there was something to drop down through to here, this would be a hazard. It would be a bit scary. Like here, I don't know. I mean, I can see where to drop down to. It's pretty straightforward, but I don't know. Maybe on a per scene basis. This looks fine to me. I don't know. It kind of works. I should take a break. We're going to work on this background after this. You can make the camera going down when you look down. Well, the camera goes down when you look over a cliff. But I could also make it so that the camera goes down when you look down. But I think I would need... What I might be interested in doing is using the right stick as a camera offset. I don't currently use the right stick for anything, so it's an option that would be an easy addition. Oh. But on PC, it might be different. I don't know how I would fix that in PC. Thanks, Finakis. Fenakist. Fenakist. Thank you. I scrolled up to check it again. Scroll wheel to pan up and down? Maybe. I mean, I could use the mouse. Like, you place the mouse where you want to move it, but then you'd have to have some way of, like, click and drag? Maybe? What does S do? S is, you want S as, like, look down? You want, like, this? The problem with this is that I use this for... Oh, I guess I don't really, actually. You know what? I don't use it. Okay. If you hold down, I'll just move the camera down. Yeah, after holding it for like a second. I'll just start like panning down. Yeah, that works. All right, I'm taking a break. Thank you, pals. I can leave this here for you if you're interested. Thank you, Displant. This. See you in a bit. Yo! We're back! It actually does have a long-term idle animation. There's a weird bug where it doesn't play. It only plays if I don't have the app focused. Like, I need for him to basically, like, if I put my mouse away from the app, he'll do it after 20 seconds. So he's got this normal breathing animation, and then he like sits to one side, and then he sits to the other side. And then it should be that after like 20 seconds, he sits down, and then he swings his legs over the edge of the map. That's what's supposed to happen. But as you can see, it doesn't happen. Maybe that's something that we can fix. If core self-control get effectors count is not 0, reset time. Oh yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it should be fine. I don't know what this is. Core self-control get effectors is not 0, then reset time. That doesn't make any sense to me. What am I doing? Why do I have this? Why does this reset? Oh, I know why. This is because we need to reset if we're in a cutscene. That's what's happening. So time minus time at change. That's not how that works. This is the total state time. I don't think we need time at change. Maybe we just say time equals 0. Is that settable? Can I set time? I can't. Okay. Then this needs to be time.time. I'm not forgetting how it works. I mean, I can read it. I'm not confused about it. I'm just confused about what I was... It's not like the intent is there and the logic is there, but the logic is wrong. That's what I'm saying. I'm just troubleshooting it. I'm not confused about reading it. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's just slightly logically wrong, and I'm trying to figure out how best to structure it. So like, animation time plus delay. When do I set animation time? It's only got one reference. What does that even... What am I doing? No, animation time must be an inspector property that I've set. Yeah, so I've set it at 4 seconds. Okay. Hey, Displant, welcome. So if the time minus the time at change, this is supposed to be duration, but it's not. Okay, let's just say this value goes up over time. Let's just go debug.log time minus time at change. I'm not sure if I believe that's how that works, but we'll just see it. Yeah, they did. They did. Oh, I don't have hot reload open. That will be... For the most part, they basically said, like... They basically changed their plan so that it was essentially as reasonable thereabouts as Unreal Engines. It was still worse than it was originally. But, I mean, there's not much you can do about it. They worked back the ridiculous part. The per install thing. Okay. Don't you guys... It is a shader, Fabian. I think this is like the difference between, like, if you've been programming for a long time, and if you haven't, like, what is it about this that needs a comment? I read this like it's English. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if the time since the time it's been changed is less than 20, like, what would I comment there to make that more understandable? Do you know what I mean? Like, if a certain amount of time's elapsed, right? And if that time is beyond the animation time plus delay, do one thing if we're in the idle and do something else if we're in the prop. So basically just alternate between the two animations. And then down here, if the change is longer than 20 seconds, play the sit down animation. That's like, if you've been programming for 3 months, you probably should be able to read this. So it does tick up. Oh, it resets when he props. That's why. We reset time here and we probably shouldn't have. Then I'll increase this to 40 seconds and I'll take this. Well, But everything's related to logic. What's a thing that's not related to logic? Yeah, I think that you're probably right that a variable here is probably fair, but it's not like... The issue with this is not that it's incomprehensible. The issue with this is just that I've written it so that it keeps resetting itself, and I need to make it not do that. This should just be like total time. That's it. That'll work now. I didn't really ask for the code review, just for the record. This is the weirdest thing to backseat me about. Like, of all the things we could backseat about today, this script, that ain't it. But it's not conditional like that. Like, reset time's not happening when a cutscene happens. There we go. It works. You think 20 seconds? I think that having him prop back and forth a little bit is fine. Maybe 30 if you really don't want to wait that long. But I feel like the longer you wait, let's compromise at 35. I don't think it should be more than... I don't think it should be any less than 30. Like, you see him breathe once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. After the 5th breath, he moves to one side, goes back. Okay, maybe I'll bring it down. Just for you guys. Let's make it 8 seconds instead of 10. And we'll make this 30. 24 seconds total. That way you get 3 cycles, 3 full cycles. There you go. That's what you get. It's more for like if you walk away from the game and you come back, you find him sitting. It's not supposed to be like you watch and you wait for him to sit. You know what I mean? All right. So, backgrounds. We'll see. We'll see how much time I have. It's not really the kind of thing that you want to spend, you know, too many resources trying to work out. It is important. The main character is really important, but thanks, Big Imp. It's a nice to have that I would love to get to. Hate when that happens, man. What am I going to do with this background? Did I say... I said after playing Kingdom that I maybe wanted to make a management game. Yeah, maybe. If you give him coins. I like in the game Bubsy the Bobcat. If you wait long enough, he goes, hello, and he bangs on the TV screen and it goes dong 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 and the screen shakes. It's a good one. Have him throw rocks at the screen. What's happening down there? That's kind of interesting. Why is it like murky and green? How have I done that? Thank you, Faulty. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. So I think that I want to see more of the ground below. And that means bringing this up. But this... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be in front of... What have we got? -2, -1, 0, 1. I guess 0? I don't know what... I don't know if I use that. Oh, that's weird. What was supposed to be in front of what? That's the question. Which one of these was supposed to be in front of the other? I've got this in front of that. So then this needs to be more like this, and this can be more like this. But the size of the trees in them is so different. So I feel like, can that be right? Get out of here, stats. Stop looking at me, Swan. Could go higher. The water is a shader. It's not a sprite. Definitely not. Hmm. Hey, Yazgol, thanks for the follow. Shaders? I used to be so scared of shaders. I used to be terrified of them. I used to be like, no. I do everything by hand. And then I just got enough experience with them that it's sort of, the fear went away and I got more confident. And once you get to that point where you know how pixel space works, like the different like spaces in a shader, once you understand that stuff, it becomes much easier. Especially like working with noise and working with camera buffers, that stuff, really invaluable. You can do so much stuff, and it doesn't have to be like non pixel based, you know, like you can still do stuff that respects the pixels in the game. I made a video about this like just 2 days ago. You know, a lot of modern games use these kinds of effects and they're very like efficient. So you're almost like at a disadvantage if you don't explore the effects. Oh, I did have a background. Oops. Might just take everything that's on this side of the screen, cut it out. Man, I love this. And then put it on a new layer that is hidden and locked. Oops. That's probably better. But they need to be further back. And then further over. There we go. There is a floating pixel. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. And then we descend into, or ascend into the darker scene. Cool. I really like how big and blue this space is. I love how that's like it's filling the screen, this shadow. That's really what I was going for in 2017. So it's good. I think I want this to be further into the background though. But it's a bit of a shame that this mountainside is getting kind of cut off. Yeah, I really want that. That's exactly what I want, a tonal transition. I want it to feel like you've gone from somewhere that's like, yay, yay, it's so bright, it's so happy, to, oh, it's not as happy. And then the next scene is like there are enemies and puzzles and issues, like problems to solve. So, so it's good. I need to put a lot of wheat here. Week 2, the sequel. The chickens look really good here. Isn't this happy place too small? What makes you say that? They should do that. I need the chickens to do that eventually. Well, it's not particularly a happy chapter. There's not really that much happy stuff that's supposed to be going on. Well, you haven't, I mean, that you've just come through the town. The town's pretty fine. And I've been working on chapter 1 in a way that makes it nicer. That's custom. I have got a video about that stuff. From 2021, I think. Whoops. Aerial Scarecrow. Didn't I just fix this? Where's the stuff? This might be... I think I know what this is. This line. Might be able to bring that back now. Nice. Yay. Do I have clinkers? I do have clinkers. It looks good in the wind. All right. Pink clink for your ball. What do you think? Twas a green. Bad luck, buddy. I'm looking very red today. Why do I look so red? It is an Aussie thing. So why doesn't Armin flinch? That's supposed to still work. I don't know. What about other sequences? Did I make those playable? It works here. But actually, this sequence was rewritten. Or was it? No, it works. It works here. Armin flinch. Okay, so why doesn't the scarecrow work? I'm not really in the mood to fix this right now. I'm confused about why it doesn't work. Oh, it works. Why did it work that time? Do you know what else we could do? We could have a color over the scene that gets darker as you enter deeper into the forest. We could literally tint it down. Have you considered not making the game so stylish? Yeah, at the beginning, I considered making it less stylish, and then somehow I couldn't abide by that. Man, I really want to take my wife to dinner. Is that wrong? I really want to go out to dinner with her. Do you think she'll say yes if I ask her out? I don't want to get rejected. Shoot my shot. Pixel breasts. Jests. More leaf particles. More trees. Yeah, it's true. Alright, let's do a bit more work on this. I could have sworn I have a number of these tree line things. No more stray pixel, hooray. Have you seen that? The grandmother watching her grandson skate. He does some trick and she goes, "Hooray!" Oh wow, it's almost quitting time. Yabba dabba doo. I think these trees are too small. Do I have any drawing tablet recommendations? Hey, I use one, so like, of course, yeah, I use the Wacom Intuos Pro. It's a pretty small tablet. I use this like the small edition, and I like it a lot. It's not too expensive, and it gets the job done. I actually prefer it. Like, I wouldn't choose a bigger one, even if I had the option to for the same price. Hey, Mr. Mushroom Squid, thanks for the follow. I think that everybody who can draw started out not being able to draw. I don't really think of it as a gift. I don't even think that I'm particularly talented when it comes to drawing. I think I've really mostly just learned. I don't think that it was something that I was born with. I think you can be someone, you can have a talent for it, for sure. There are like not personality types, but like certain people have some traits that make them more observant. Like my brother, he just gets forms better than me. He just seems to see things more clearly than I do. And he remembers them, like the way something was shaped, or even people's faces. Like he can reproduce a drawing of somebody who he just remembers what they look like. Like I don't know if I could even draw my dad. You know, I don't know if I could picture his face and draw it properly. Because I just don't have whatever that is. But I don't think that you need that to be able to draw. I think drawing, for the most part, it's a practiced skill. It's a skill that you develop over time. And you mostly draw things that you know how to draw. Like all this stuff that I'm doing here, I'm building off of knowledge that I've had for a long time on how to draw rocks and environments. And like this drawing is like a version 2 of something that I did earlier. What's happening here? Restream just died. Okay, I think it's fine. If someone wants to write in chat just to test that out. Okay. No, I think it's okay. Just died for a bit. Yeah, like this scene here. This stuff and this stuff, that is where this is coming from. Like I already did this once, you know, I'm like here doing it again. And the more you draw and whatever, like the more you find that oh yeah, like you're just drawing off of something that you've already done before. How do you do moving backgrounds? Moving backgrounds? You mean like parallax? Like where it looks like there's like a lot of depth in the scene? Can you be profoundly untalented? Probably. There is this thing like, people talk about like aphantasia, where like you literally can't picture things in your mind. That probably doesn't help. Like if you can picture an apple in your head, this is like, to me, I think I have not aphantasia, but I have something like it's my visualization skills are not amazing. So Raina, that's called parallax, and typically there's a script that you use to move the asset along with the camera, but not at like 100%. So like I can picture, if I close my eyes, I can picture an apple, right? And I know that the apple, when I look at certain parts of it, they're like red or yellow or green, but it's like only for a brief instant can I see the color. I have to be looking at, like if this is the apple, if I look here on the apple, right here, I can see the color of that part of the apple. But as soon as I look over here, that color is gone. So it's like a grayscale image that I can sort of pick at to see details of. And I think that sort of tells me about my ability to visualize being very detail focused. Like I can picture the texture of the apple, but it's almost like it's in a dark room with a little flashlight on it, right? And I have to move the flashlight around it to really like see it. So like I know that it looks like in my head, the apple that I'm thinking of you know, it's probably, you know, it looks kind of like this. It's like a royal gala. Right? Probably like that. And it's got nice. Where's my pressure sensitivity? Oh, hello? Okay, I guess we don't have pressure. You know, like I can see like the shapes in it. I can see there's probably a darker shade here of this. You know, I can kind of tell what it looks like just in my mind's eye or whatever. In my mind's eye or whatever. I thought really hard about putting half and half in that one. You know, I can see this thing here, and I can see that it gets kind of darker on the inside like this. And I can see that there's like a green leaf. I've got a green leaf sticking out like this kind of thing. I can see that in my mind, but not like that. It doesn't look like that. It looks like this. Your brush is set to 100%, but it's a round brush and it's got the fading on it. It's got opacity and flow. It's supposed to be controlled by pen pressure. That's what this is. Use pressure for flow, use pressure for opacity. Anyway, it's fine. Really what I'm seeing is something that feels more like this. Like this, and then like if I'm looking at this part, it's like, oh yeah, I can see that that's yellow. Or like it kind of feels like that, like in my mind's eye or whatever. It feels kind of like that's what I'm looking at. So I can like scan over it and I can see it. Like think about an apple. Yeah, I know that it's red. And I know that it's got yellow on it. And I know that the yellow has streaks and there's little pores and dotted bits on it. And I know that what the shape is, like the silhouette. I can even think about holding it in my hand and how it like caves in at the top and the little stalk out the bottom, and how that gets a little darker and desaturated on the ends. And I can see those things, but not as like a 3D model. It's almost like a wireframe. It's almost like I know what the forms of it are. Like I know that there is an apple. I know what the shapes of the apple are, but I have to look at something that's basically this region sized to think about it and visualize that thing. You know? So I can keep it like, you know, I can turn the apple over. I can look up on the underside of it. I can flip it around. I can break it in half. I can see the little pit, the little seeds in the middle. I know what that looks like with the round oval bits. You know, I can do the thing. You know, you break it open and you see this and this, and it probably has, you know, you got your little whatever. I can see that, but not like I can't see the whole thing all at once. I kind of have to, yeah, like shine a torch on the bit that I'm looking at. It's really just like a thing the size of like that. That's like what I have detail wise, you know. But I can remember all the details. I can reproduce them. It's just like, it's almost like I have like a library of little Polaroids in my brain. And they're all strung together. And so I can go look up the reference for what like this like I can look up how this goes like this in my brain, and I can go, oh yeah, there's like little streaks, and the streaks kind of peter out, and you know, I can sort of think about the textures and stuff, but I can't like just see the whole thing all at once. And it probably hurts me a lot, like when I'm doing people's faces. Like that is all process. Like if I know how to draw a face, it's because I draw like a thing here, and then I put like a jaw here, and then I like do like a chin bone there, and I do this, I do that. Like that's how I draw a face. I don't like picture someone's face and then just like start drawing details. Like if you were to ask me, if I was to draw like Scarlett Johansson, like right now, what the hell does Scarlett Johansson look like? Like I guess she kind of has like, I don't even think I could approach that. Like, I don't think I could do that. Even like my parents, even my wife, like if I was to draw my wife right now, it's hard. I have to think about, I basically have like my base template face, and then I have to populate it with things that I know that her features are, by virtue of remembering those features one little bit at a time and stitching them onto the template and then massaging it till it works. Even with my own face, like I look at my face every day, I still couldn't tell you just by whatever exactly what my face looks like. Like if this is my wife, like I don't know, it's, I guess, like I made her in Dark Souls, in Elden Ring. I was playing as my wife in Elden Ring, and I got it, you know, really well. But I had to have a reference photo, you know. I had to, or like I've drawn her like a bunch of times for different purposes, but like they're always like cartoon representations, you know. You know, she probably, I guess she has little ears. But it's like that, right? It's like, oh, her ears are little. It's like I'm describing it to someone who's like a detective or something, like an investigator. Even like her nose shape, like I know that I love the shape of her nose, but right now, like, I guess I know it. I guess I do know it. She has like the best nose I've ever seen. And on the front, it's like got this cool flat kind of diamond thing going on from the front. Anyway, that's getting a bit weird. The point is, I can't, like, maybe as I draw from my mind's memory, I can piece things together, but it's not like I see a picture. It takes time, and it's like a real mission. So like landscapes, what I like about, well, let's come back to reality for a second. If I'm drawing this, right? 90% of my time spent drawing this, 99% of my time drawing this, I have something to look at, right? The only time when you don't have something to look at is this. But if you're drawing a landscape, there's no way to get this wrong, right? It's like the first thing you do is you draw the skyline. Like in this case, let's do like far away mountains, right? Okay. And now you have something to work with. You know what I mean? Like it's not that difficult to get a start on it and then start figuring out what you want to do from there. And now it's like, okay, well, we're dealing with something already. Like this is already a scene of some description, and we can think about, oh, what if this mountain was bigger? Oh, you know, okay, now there's a bigger mountain. Okay, what if there were clouds around the mountain? What if there was what if the mountain was snow-capped? Like you just do it that way. Oh, you want forests? Okay, let's just like think about the tree line and think about how it works back into the mountainside. You know, this is easy for me. This is just like, you don't need your ability to see things in your mind to do this. And then you just need to know the rules, right? It's just the rules of light at that point. It's like, okay, you know, light falls on things. You know, if it's natural light, it's going to come from the sun. It's going to be above. And then, you know, how does light obscure things? How does shadow work? Like that's super easy. Once you understand the principles of that stuff, it becomes uncomplicated. And you don't have to be like, you don't have to have any kind of natural talent to do that. You know, you just play with shapes until you have something that you like. You know, what if we don't want the mountain? What if we want this to be seaside instead? You know, maybe we'll shift it up a little bit. That's kind of nicer. You know, but it takes nothing to do this. Just spend a little bit of time practicing, look at some pictures of stuff that you like, and then just learn to what's the word? Learn to appreciate and enjoy the molding process. Could you draw Minas Tirith? I can't draw my wife, but I can draw the White City. It's got like a bunch of like things around it. Like this, I guess. And then it's like a big door, right? A big gate. And right at the top is a tree. And then another back of the mountain on the door. And then there's like this. And then there's a pathway out. And then there's Gandalf riding out to meet Faramir. I don't have 5k points, but can you take a look at my sketch? I mean, I'm not sure if I should without the points. I feel like isn't that unfair? Does somebody have 5k points to donate to Joao? It's gonna be a penis anyway. How many points do you have, Joao? Oh wow, 4 people review. Okay, we got 4 art reviews. I'm gonna reject 3 of them. Corcams I'll take, and the others I'll reject. All right, Joao, do you want to put it in Discord or something? you go to the art channel, art feedback. Now I only have 201k. You're 200 off your 401k. You gotta work. Something Nazgul. No man can kill me.
I have something I was bidden to show thee. Who knew someone so small could endure such pain? And he did, Gandalf. He did.
Okay. It's cute. Well, I mean, there's a few things going on here. I would say, like, drawing in pen, it's going to make it hard for you. I like what you've got for the most part. Like, I think it's cool. I think I would like to see a bit more perspective. Like, as an image, it's kind of one of those things where, like, I want to see a bit more of the shape of the boat. And we're seeing a lot of the deck. I think your like line economy could maybe be a little like, you don't have to draw all of the boards. You know, you can kind of just do a little bit and then your brain will fill in the rest. And then like, as far as the mast goes, it's looking a little bit thick, right? It's like this thick, but I would say, I mean, I don't know if this is like a galleon or what kind of boat this is. Is it like a trawler, like a fishing boat? I don't really know. But I would imagine it would be something thinner like this. Yeah. And then if it's facing us, actually, it should get a little bit bigger at the top. And then maybe because you got this is tilting so much towards us. It's like this, right? So then this at the top should also be tilted towards us. Right? So you could do something like this. And then now we can see a bit more inside of that crow's nest. So drawing perspective lines would help you here. And then I don't really know how boats do the nets. I don't really know how that works, but I assume you've got it right. My like go-to here would be find a reference, right? And then like think about what else is in the scene. So like what's causing this to swell like this? Is there like a big, you know, is there a big wave crashing against it, or, you know? Yeah, and then typically like if you've got a mast, you've usually got another cross piece here where you can have like a sail. But I can't really, I'm not really sure what kind of boat we're talking about here. I also don't know enough about boats to know what like this part is. And then, yeah, like everything else is kind of fine. Like it's hard to see the kind of detail that you're going for. So maybe like this is your opportunity to go find some references and make some, I think it's a question of like, so, okay, this is what I think. I think this is a sketch, right? It's this, to me, it feels like a sketch done kind of while chilling out. It's not, it doesn't look like it's intending to be anything specific. Because you don't have like a clear goal of like what the composition is, like as an art piece or whatever, like what story you're trying to tell. I think it's hard to make decisions about what you should or shouldn't show. So when we do line art like this, what you're encouraged to do just because of the nature of the process, is draw lines. So draw objects. Like, oh, maybe there should be, a top deck or whatever. And maybe there's like a wheel, maybe there's like a whatever. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can start thinking about being on the ship. And when you're rendering it as an image like this, that isn't typically how like a painter has to make decisions about like what the image is composed of in the abstract, right? So I think that the fact that you're using a pen is kind of pushing you into being very literal, right, and very detail oriented. But I think the thing that I'm guessing that what you're craving a little bit here is more of that kind of like artistic, structural, compositional kind of like, you want to be more informed in that way. I watched this TikTok about this guy who was drawing cars with watercolor, and all he was doing was drawing like this, and then this. It was like this, 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 and then this. Something like that. It was like super simple. And it's like, that's the front of a car, and he drew like 3 or 4 of those going back or whatever in traffic. And it was like, oh yeah, that's totally a car. Like I see that. And all it is like a blob, I'm glad I was able to do that. I wasn't sure I was going to remember. But like, this is informed more about the idea of like where the light is and what the light's hitting. So it's kind of like this idea of like, maybe the light's just hitting the top of these things and it's just catching some whatever, right? It's like falling upon a certain part of the object, and that's all we really see, right? That's all the detail we need. So I mean, if you look at like this kind of thing, this like Baroque, very like this kind of thing. Like the opportunity to draw all of the things isn't there. So what are the things that we see? I think something like this is really cool. Right, like where is the light falling? What are the forms? What are the shapes? And you can get away with doing a lot in this case without really being so explicit, right? Like it's just like even the shadow tells us a lot about the boat. You know what I mean? Like these things here, like who knows where they go, but they're so they're not louder than the mast. The mast is really loud. Right, we can really see this and this and this and this and this and that, and that's enough to tell us what we need to know about it. And if you look, like where a lot of the detail is like here, like this has so much more going on, but now we're working with composition. Like I'm not good enough to do something like this. But isn't it so interesting how like the story is told in such, it's like in 2 or 3 parts, but the part that tells the most of the story is like, no, like the subject almost is not the most detailed thing. I guess you could call these the subjects, but it's like this context, right? Like without the ship here, it's a different thing. Not that I'm doing a good job of erasing it out. Anyway. So coming back to like what I'm doing here, it's like, well, tell me a story. Like what happens over the ridge here? Does this go down? Is there can I show you like a footpath? and then later show you like the rest of that footpath at a different scale. You know, so it's like, oh, like the footpath must descend down the hillside, you know, or whatever. Obviously the colors here and the whatever, it's not nearly as nice as a painting, but now I'm giving you a completely different sense of scale because I'm drawing the one thing at two different scales, and now you can start to see like, oh, okay, maybe this is actually like a big road. Like if by the time it gets to us here, like, oh geez. You know, maybe it would be nicer to have a big kind of like, I mean, I don't know why you would have a road on a beach, but you know, maybe it's not a beach. Maybe it's a desert. And maybe I don't need to draw all of the road. Maybe I just need to draw like parts of it. You know, so it's I know that's not necessarily what you were drawing or what you might not be looking for any of that stuff, but I think, you know, intent is a really, really, really important part of art, and it's fine to freestyle. And I mean, I am freestyling here, but I'm building intent as I'm working. That's, I think, the important thing. It's like recognizing opportunities and then being deliberate about chasing them. So like, what am I doing with this here? Like, what am I doing with this shade here? Maybe this is an opportunity for me to draw like silhouettes of grass. Maybe some of the grass continues around here. That gives us a bit of an idea about like the shadow. You know? And I try things. I'm always trying things. Like I'm never just doing what I know how to do. I'm always like looking for ways to expand what I know how to do and do it in a bit of a different way. And I don't even know if I would say I was good at this kind of thing or even talented. It's just like something that I spend a lot of time doing in my life or whatever. And I've gotten better at it for sure. But is it a natural born talent? I don't think so. I think it's like you can have two different things. You can have a passion, and you can have a talent. So like you can be the kind of person that's predisposed to seeing things and hearing things a certain way. Like I would say I have a talent with music. I have an ear for music. When it comes to like imitating people's accents or personalities, like the way they speak, I can do that easily because some part of my brain is wired to hear that and store it like perfectly. Like it's really good at that. But I don't have a passion for music as much as I do with art, like graphic art. So like I'm probably not as well suited to doing graphic art, but I've spent so much time doing it. I'm so passionate about it that my ability is probably much higher. Well, as a composer or whatever, I'm not nearly as strong. Even though I probably have the makings, like if I was to like start my life over and then be born into a family that had like a piano, and if my mom was a music teacher or something, maybe I would have been really good. But my parents didn't really encourage me to play music. I had to ask them for, to buy me instruments like on my birthday or whatever, once every 5 years or so. And that was just, to the extent that I know anything about music is because I was interested. But I'm not as interested in music quite as much as I am with visual art. Mostly because I think visual arts affected me emotionally more. Right? So then it's like, okay, if that's where I'm at, then like the next thing is like, so you can be talented and passionate, or you could be just talented, or you could be just passionate. And if you're none of those things, you won't even have the interest to get good at it. So a lot of people are like, I'm a programmer, I'm not an artist, I just need art for my game. Should I bother? Those people, I just say no. Like, don't bother, because it's not something that you even want to do outside of the fact that you have a means to an end, right? It's like, oh, I want to make a game. I know games need graphics. Do I art now? Like, probably not worth it for you. But if you're like, I've always been a programmer, but man, I really wish I could draw, and I'm happy to spend like the test is, are you okay with being bad at it for a long time? That's the test. If the answer is yes, because you like it so much that you're happy to just spend the time being bad because it lets you engage with the thing that you like, that is the pathway to getting good at it. Because being bad isn't going to stop you. That's it. If you're interested and engaged and you're watching and you're learning and you're practicing, you're just going to get better. And if you don't get tired of it, good luck. Like, you're on your way. Like this thing found me. I just started playing with this. I've got the whole time lapse on my YouTube channel where I drew this, and you can see the first like 10 minutes of it sped up really, really fast. Is like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, I'm just sort of I'm just drawing stuff and seeing what shapes work, and eventually I find something that works and I sort of lean into it and I keep going, and I find that fun. That's why I'm able to do it, because I enjoy it even when it looks like crap and it's nothing yet. I enjoy watching it come to fruition. And I think that there is something where, for some people, I'm not that patient of a person, but if I'm engaged, if I'm interested, and my talent is there, the two kind of fuel each other. It's like, if you can, oh my goodness, hello. If you have enough interest and enough talent, then you can, one feeds the other. So like here, what am I doing? I'm like, oh, I'm going to do like a foreground for an area. Armin's going to sit in there, and now I'm going to do the background. Okay. It's going to be some light coming down, right? I want it to be kind of like a cavey sort of scenario. Shafts of light. Okay. But I want this to be a waterfall scene. So there needs to be a waterfall in here. Let's draw in some waterfall ideas. So the waterfall's dead center right now. Okay. It's coming along. It's like falling off of rocks more forward towards the camera as we go. Let's play with some more light. Okay. What if I push the thing out? Maybe I create a middle ground, right? Like, okay, I'll create some depth. Let's think about atmosphere. Let's think about color. What color is this thing? I don't know about that. You can see me working it back and then going, okay, what's the top of this space look like? How does the light fall? And then I give up and I go somewhere else. At some point here, I compress it all in one go. Like, while it's still in its infancy, and it doesn't hurt me to do so, I just like grab the whole thing and chunk it off to the side. But this is going well, Every step naturally kind of follows from the previous one. There you go. Okay, so now it's like, oh, I can see like, so immediately now that I've done that, I can see like a corridor, right? It's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Like, what's down in the corridor now? Okay, there's mountains in the background. I know where this scene takes place. So, you know, let's now frame this in a way that looks good. So we've got the clouds. I'm peeling away at the tops because I want to kind of like guide your eye down a little bit. And then from here, it's literally just detail. Like it just, from here on, it's like, okay, I drew this blob. What does that blob turn into? Right? That's literally what it is. It's like, now that, like the accidents, this is the happy little accidents things. This is the Bob Ross thing. It's like the accident informs your next step. Like you did something, now make that something meaningful. And it doesn't matter what the something is at the beginning. The something can be whatever. You just draw shapes and like see what happens. But this is like, you know, a pretty long video. It's like 7 hours of work. And it's just about somewhere between, you know, fixing things that just don't look good, like drawing objects better, and just creating shapes and layers and forms, just like blocking in. Like this is fairly straightforward composition. It's just like brightness in the middle and then light falling away as we get closer to the camera. It makes it feel kind of cozy and a little bit like, you know, we're in the cave and we're looking out into the world. So it's just playing on that, you know. Hello. So like you can see here, like how much of this is like nothing yet. It's just like I've clearly just gone blop 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 blop. Right, but even this looks like a mistake. But what can I do with this? Maybe I can turn this into its own little cloud. You know, and maybe because these clouds are so far away, I can see a bit more underneath them. God, I love clouds. Skies like this, just, oh. Just like full skies. Clear skies, full hearts, can't lose. Oh, an art review. Sorry, one sec. Hey, Severine. What do we got? Are we looking at Discord? Is this you? The ship? Can you tell me a little bit about what this is for? Okay. Is the rest of the art style like this? This kind of like flat colors? A cave flyer? I think I I think I know what a cave flyer is. It's kind of like it reminds me of like. Oh, is this like you fly up and you try to like land on stuff? I noticed it's got feet. It's not like a like yeah. There's a game called Thrusty Ship that a streamer who used to be on here, I think his name was Mike. He made a game. He made a game like this. I was helping him playtest it. Got it. So, yeah, I mean, this looks fine. I get it. Like, I know what I'm looking at. I assume that the ship's going to be quite small on screen, so the colors need to be bright. I would say that your guns are probably could be like simpler in their design, more chunky specifically. I don't know if I'm missing something. No. So like the nozzles, like it might be nicer to just go for a simpler silhouette. Just because you've got a lot of like little detail, but the ship itself is quite simple. So I think that the simplicity works to the ship's advantage, but the high detail stuff, not so much. Other than that, I like the shape. I get it. Like I know what you're doing. And you could go for a little bit of depth, a little bit more consistent lighting. Like not consistent, but right now it's top lit, as in sorry, front lit. But you could light it from the. You could light it from like the top down here, and then you could cast shadows down to show a bit more depth. But it's simple gradients. Like I get it. I think it's fine. I get it. I can see the thrusters. I can see the feet for the landing. You can see the cockpit. It's obviously a little symbolic, you know, more than it is like a rendering of a ship. But if for like a little avatar in like a game, this might be as simple as it needs to be. It's kind of like vector pixel art, you know, like you don't need that much detail. You just need to tell the story visually of what it is. So nice. Okay, pals. I think it's time for me to go. I'm having a lot of fun with this, and I know that I'll be spending a lot of time on it. Maybe tomorrow. These kind of backgrounds are my absolute favorite. Wifey is here and I need to study her face so that I don't forget what it looks like. I do that sometimes. I have this like weird fear that I'm going to forget it. All right. Oh, I love that. Look at that. The way that it's like. Oh, that's so cool. Cool. All right, pals. Thank you so much. I'll catch you all very, very soon. If you like my content, consider becoming a patron on patreon.com/AdamCUnis. And we're going to try to put some more time into the play test, the feature testing program. And some of that content may be Patreon restricted. So in the coming weeks, you know, if you want full access to everything, Patreon's the way that you'll be able to do it. Patreon's a little better than a Twitch sub. Twitch subs, you only get 50%, but you get benefits, obviously, because that means you don't have to be barraged with ads. All right, pals. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.